under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. For right now, I would like everyone to join me in a moment of silence. Murray Banks was a member here of Cortland High School, and he has passed away along with Barbara Karn. So let's take a moment, please. Thank you. Joseph, would you like to recite the norms?
Love to. Number 1, assume good intentions. Number 2, strive for consensus. 3, exemplify respect. And 4, listen to hear and understand.
Thank you. Lori, would you like to recite the board norms next time?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I would like to review them first.
Okay. No problem. All right, so let it be resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland and Large City School District Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Sherilyn?
Second.
Joe? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? The motion is passed. We now have a Tiger Paw recipient. So, Janessa, would you please stand? Oh, you're already there. You beat me.
I see what you're going to say. All right, so it is my absolute pleasure to give these Tiger Paws to Miss Jennifer Drake and Mr. Anthony Canistero. These are two of our most talented teachers and most loving and caring professionals in our building. Anthony and Jen were very helpful in a student situation that was a medical emergency one morning on the way to school. They both pulled over without hesitation. They helped to keep a student calm, took care of him, and very quickly alerted everybody who needed to be alerted to the situation. It was a situation that could have ended, with the student being very scared and a lot worse than it did. And I am so, so thankful for your action and your kindness and your heart in that situation, and not just that situation, but every single day in our school. We are so lucky to have you, and our school is a better place for you both being in it. So thank you so much.
Gotta get the
Jen,
photo.
don't get a picture. Gotta get a picture. Janessa, you're in the picture.
Yeah, you gotta be in the
So-
picture.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Very well deserved. Bye-bye.
Long time no see.
Good evening.
And
Janessa,
Kristen, I see you're already standing.
sorry. Thank you. So I think it just goes to show, Janessa doesn't know, but I also nominated her for the Tiger Paw Award for her support and outstanding efforts for both the students and staff. Each day she goes above and beyond, behind the scenes in the building, for her dedication, her passion, her commitment to just the students, their success, and just putting the students and the staff first. She always leads with the best intentions of others and models leadership in her practices, and just appreciation for all that you do for everyone in our building. So we appreciate you.
Nice job.
Very good. In accordance with Public Officers Law, Section 96, Subdivision 1, I would like to call for an executive session to discuss the employment history of a particular person and/or legal matters.
Motion.
Oh, yeah, wait, I didn't turn the page, did I? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, okay. Being that I looked right at you. Okay.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Thank you very much. And that looks like
So 6:07.
You're not in school anymore.
Thank you.
Southside smiling lights.
Are we all set?
Yeah, we're good. I didn't even clock it. I saw the demons coming.
No, I saw it and I was like, I heard that and I was like, okay, somebody's gonna do it.
Be careful.
That's what I'm doing. I didn't do it last, I didn't do it last week because I'm like 6:14. How many people are there? I got home late Thursday, I got home late Friday, I got home late Saturday. By the time I got back. Sunday we got.
No, yeah, I gotta do that. But I felt like there was something else I had to do. That's like, not. I don't.
For first
I really
session, you got it.
So much better this time.
I have a pen, I don't want to do that.
Or, it's video.
Okay, I don't need that one. First of all, thank you all for your patience, your time. We appreciate it. Okay, so I would like to call for a motion to reconvene in open session. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Sherilyn. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Anybody else here? Okay. Opposed? Abstain? The motion is approved. Alicia, are there any requests to address the board?
Yes, I have two.
Thank you.
Jamie Francie Henry is the first, talking about layoffs.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. My name is Jamie Francie Henry, and I'm president of Cortland United Teachers. I'm here tonight on behalf of our members to express our deep concern regarding the proposed layoffs. At this point in time, we do not believe the district should move forward with any layoffs. Over the past several years, the district has increasingly relied on fund balance reserves to close a growing budget gap. At the same time, staffing levels have continued to rise, including 28 new hires just last September. We struggle to understand why more deliberate staffing adjustments were not made through natural attrition and retirements, rather than continuing to hire and fill positions year after year. We know that districts are expected to plan several years ahead, yet we are deeply concerned about the timing of this decision. With a teacher turnover rate reported by New York State at over 20% in our district, attrition is not a hypothetical solution. It's a realistic and responsible one. Waiting, even for a short period, could reduce or eliminate the need for layoffs altogether. This cycle raises serious questions about long-term planning and sustainability. We are also concerned that decisions of this magnitude may be based on data that does not fully reflect the realities in our buildings. Inaccurate or inflated staffing representations, as were presented by the independent consultants' reports, can lead to conclusions that do not align with what students and educators experience each day. Beyond staffing numbers, we must consider what is at stake for our students. Our district has built a reputation on strong programming and opportunities for students, including advanced coursework that keeps families here and attracts others. Reducing staff risks diminishing these opportunities, potentially impacting enrollment and, in turn, future funding. At the same time, increasing class sizes, course loads, and student contact time will inevitably impact instructional quality. Educators are already working at a high level to meet student needs. There's a limit to what can be sustained without affecting the support and attention each student deserves. We are especially concerned about the impact on our most vulnerable learners. Staffing decisions should follow a clear plan for how students, particularly those requiring specialized support, will be served. Reducing staff while increasing needs raises serious concerns about our ability to meet those obligations. Instead, we're now faced with the potential loss of dedicated educators and the programs they support. Layoffs are not just numbers on a page, they impact relationships, student opportunities, and the overall quality of education in our schools. We urge the board to pause and reconsider this approach. Explore attrition. Reevaluate staffing through a long-term lens. Most importantly, consider the impact these decisions will have on our students and our community. We remain committed to working collaboratively and will continue to advocate for solutions that protect both our members and the educational programs students deserve. Thank you for your time.
The second person is Donald Shu, talking about the budget and layoffs.
Just for a laugh, I wrote out a short statement, and you gave me so much time. It's completely different now. But basically, I'd like to speak against layoffs on the basis of mathematics and self-interest and principle. And please forgive any offenses because of my poor speaking abilities. They're unintended, and I realized that I'm coming as a supplicant. Okay. My first point is that, yeah, if we have 20% attrition as we have had in previous years, basically the last 5 years, except something like 2020, 2021, with 20% attrition, why do we still have to, for teachers, why do we still have to lay off more teachers when there's a 10% budget cut? In principle, you lay off maybe 10% of the teachers, but attrition should more than take care of that. It's not fair to expect the teachers to make up for not having cuts in other areas. So out of fairness, we don't want to, lay off more than, more teachers than, the proportion should be. The second point is self-interest. Okay, we have an enrollment problem, I think. We've dropped 500 students in the last, 300 students in the last 5 years, and that's $5 million in foundation aid that's gone. And we saw, like when we closed Parker and Virgil, these austerity measures don't increase enrollment. So if you lay off teachers, not only are people in our community going to be out of work, and that's not going to help with the budget vote in May, you're also going to drive families away. Oh, they fired my favorite teacher, So that's another point. It's not, I think, in the real interest of the district. The third point is the principal point. The teachers do work very hard. I know from my volunteering, like the music department put on a cabaret in the cafeteria for the first time. To my knowledge, that was, extra time on the part of the choir director. And just this last weekend, I went to the musical, and they've got 7th graders singing like opera divas. It's pretty amazing. If I didn't tell you that was a 7th grade student, there's no way you would have thought it was a 7th grade student. And the math teachers in junior high also inspire the kids to, take national math competition, participate in national math competition in January. Even Ithaca doesn't have that program. So, these teachers, they're working really hard, and if we don't value them enough to keep them, in their jobs through no fault of their own, don't lay them off for no fault of their own, what does that say about our valuing people in general, or even our students?
I just want to, we're past the time level.
Okay, one last thing. That's my punchline. When Mr. Edwards first came, I remember one of the things he said, the right team is the team you've got. Our teachers are our team. And I hope you will, take Mr. Edwards' advice and keep the team together. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a presentation from Keith Palm to present the planning of the trip to Costa Rica.
Thank you all for allowing me to come back again. We were originally going to be on a trip to Costa Rica at this time this year. However, unfortunately, too many people ended up dropping out, so I decided to cancel it in case there were more and I would cost the students more money. So I had to cancel the trip this year to push it back to hopefully this coming school year. So that's what I'm here to talk about. Basically, it's very similar plans. I want to go over the basic information why we should travel. Student travel is a fantastic opportunity for students to learn and grow beyond the classroom. It reveals real-world experiences that textbooks can't replicate, like practicing foreign language abroad or seeing history firsthand. They'll develop independence, teamwork, and a broader understanding of the world. Currently, these trips allow students to show what they've learned within the classroom in practical situations, boosting their confidence, solidifying their knowledge, plus they'll create lasting memories. We believe that these experiences are a valuable part of high school education. The pictures that you see here are from our last trip to Costa Rica. There was my trip to Quebec and Costa Rica, which we'll be doing again in the coming years to make sure that this doesn't happen. But just so you get a little bit behind it, we have Journey of Discovery. We'll live throughout high school in terms of Costa Rica, which is creative courses on improving the environment and innovative methods to create a more sustainable future. We'll spend 9 days there in this paradise learning about the environment, practicing volunteering, and practicing language skills. The very first day that we get there, obviously we're going to take some time to rest and relax and maybe have some fun together. And then the second day is where we're actually going to start exploring the country. We're going to be doing a city tour, or we're going to do a city tour of San Jose, where they'll be going around learning about different sites, different historical areas, learning about the conquest of the world, and we'll see some churches with missionaries, etc. And then they're going to spend some of their time in the Alajuela Animal Rescue Center, where they're going to be caring for animals and helping to hopefully rehabilitate these animals to go back into nature. They'll be feeding them, helping to clean their cages, grooming them, etc., whatever the aspects. They'll also enjoy a lunch there at that location. On the next day, we're going to spend some time at Matan's Waterfall and Gardens, where we're going to see obviously waterfalls, gardens, learn more about animal rehab in that location, and possibly see a serpentarium and see a fun exhibit, the hummingbirds, and it should be a pretty good time. I've actually never been to this location in 2 years. I've been there 2 times. I've been on my own, one to 2 times. The next day, we're going to go to Volcan Blas, where they'll learn about the history of the volcano. They're going to learn how it has conducted tourism and how to keep safe there, most importantly. We're also going to visit the towns of Sarchi and Gracia. Sarchi and Gracia are 2 hillside, mountainside towns where they have more focus on arts and crafts. They're going to have the ability to paint an ox cart wheel. As you see in the background, that is the largest ox cart in the world. I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's about 40, 50 feet high. So it's quite an enormous thing that they get to do. And they'll be able to paint a cute little ox cart wheel and take it home with them. And then the day after, we're going to learn about chocolate, and we're going to do a chocolate tour, chocolate plantation. Again, these are pictures from past years. During that time, we're going to learn how it affects the economy, how they have fair trade chocolate, and how they don't rely on slave labor in small in Costa Rica. They'll have the opportunity to taste chocolate and grind it into actual powder and consume it in processes, including the raw food, which they probably never experienced before. We're also going to learn about the rainforest. On that day, we're going to have a guided tour through the rainforest, and this is from the past trip where we did not have a chance to go help out at the Animal Rescue Center, but we did help replant and carve portions of the rainforest on that trip. So just wanted to be that. On that same day, they're also going to be taking a horseback ride through the rainforest and through Creek River, which goes up to probably about 4.5 miles, and we're told that they're going to need to come out and pass it through them. That they're going to need to wear shoes on that day because we're also doing some climbing through, so it should be a fun action filled little skateboard chocolate day. The next day is kind of like a relaxation day. We're going to go to the Baldy Hot Springs. We're going to learn how they are heated the volcano that is in the background, which you can't see here, unfortunately. Each one of those pools has a different temperature, and based on where they're at, but all the way up to the top, there's only 24 pools at different temperatures, from room temperature to sauna experience, including water waking, rest, and relaxing. I know this was one of the favorites of the people that went with us last time, and we also had a body packing dinner experience at that location. We tried to do one by-night trip with the students so they can, practice their commands and practice just being part of society. After that, we're going to go to the Tarcoles River, and we're going to do a bunch of large crocodiles from the bridge, safely from a distance, not going to the water, obviously. And we're also going to visit Capos, which is a small seaside town, which will lead us to toward the Tahoe Day, where we will be visiting. Mount National Park, which is one of the most renowned parks in Costa Rica, National Rainforest. We're going to spend our day there. We're going to go to the rainforest, and then it's also a beach day, so we'll be able to swim in the ocean that day. So that will be and good memories. It'll be a little way to know that. So the trip itself is going to cost each student around $4,000. That's actually cheaper than the projected cost of the last trip. I'm not sure how it came down in price, but it came down about $500. That's for if we have the fewest amount of students that they'll have to go with. That's the price, so it's still cheaper than last time. This includes all accommodations, meals, daily activities, and ground transportation from Costa Rica. The final pricing obviously will be confirmed once the flights are in, price of guests. A little bit, so we're trying to confirm the second portion as soon as possible. There's a security portal that people will be paying through throughout the time in increments throughout the time. Once they get approval from this, I will talk to them and they'll pay portal so as we can start sending emails for the trip. And this will usually be in June or July. My goal is to open this up by May so that it doesn't go into summer and so we can secure it and make sure that it is. And basically how they get spot on the trip, we have an application process. I figure it's only fair to people that were going to go last time that have their applications done. I'll send out a quick application so if they're still interested, apply, fill in some information, and they will obviously have first choice. And then everyone chooses to not have to do that. We take in consideration things like attendance, referrals, behavior. We want to be a good representation of your student body when they're abroad. And I can get this out to students basically as soon as it's approved. I'll say here's an application. If you'd like to go, please go. Basically, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. This is the place that we will be staying in. They have 2 pools there, so they definitely have that one level of shares that you can go sunbathe to. And I have more with pictures of those. So I can get that share. One speaker because I think that's any questions?
It looks fantastic.
I wish I could bring it on.
Yeah, sure.
As of right now, no. Again,
Peter, are you doing fundraisers for the kids that maybe?
We did do a fundraiser last time of chocolate bar style, which I'm thinking about doing something else because there were some kids that sold a whole bunch, and then there were some kids that just did not sell that much. Usually in the past, we have not necessarily done fundraisers, but I do plan on doing it again this time because I thought it was successful done. The individuals that did pay for the trip and had all basically reimbursed to them after I canceled it. I just want to make sure you say that to the side in case one of us approves so that they're all set to go basically. We'll actually start them. And I'm always looking to fundraiser ideas. I don't have any options or any ideas. I'm going to do them. Since it's not technically a school club, it's a lot of years ago.
Right. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Now Chris Williamson will share the budget presentation.
So for tonight's presentation, a lot of work has gone up to prepare for getting ready for the vote in May. What I'm going to walk through tonight is a little bit of reflection on the process to get to where we are in terms of the budget, looking at the independent reviews, the recommendations, as well as some stakeholder feedback received, and how we've kind of interpreted that and used that in our budget development process. Then I'll take a moment to kind of quickly go through the expense budget. At the April meeting, I'll have a little more detailed breakdown in terms of the expense, in terms of all the different categories, but you can see the big buckets that we have in terms of the expense side of the budget. Then talk a little bit about the revenue side of the budget, because we still have a little bit of work there in terms of how we're going to close that remaining gap. And then talking about, potential between transfers between reserve accounts to help close that gap. So that's part of what I want to do tonight. We'll start with talking about going into this year. We did know this was an evolving process. We had a few years in the past we tried a tax levy override. Wasn't successful in the community, so we brought our levy down. to the tax cap those years, but we've recognized this has been a little bit of an issue for a little bit of time. And as we go through these challenging years, the first time it wasn't successful, we had to have some staffing impacts at that point in time to bring us down to the tax cap. But at the last years, the tax cap and the tax override were close enough that we could realize closing that gap with some more savings and in terms of the budget, as well as non-staffing expenses being reduced in those. So we did have some independent reviews that took place from September through January this year. They presented at the January board meeting their findings. We did gather stakeholder feedback. We had a postcard that went out to district residents last fall. We had about 900 responses from the community members, so we're glad to go through all that to get some feedback, as well as a stakeholder process that went through February. And when we're looking at the budget this year, we want to make sure we designed it in a way that minimized the impacts of the student program. That was a big focus of our work in terms of the district budget. And also, it's a chance to look at right sizing. We haven't really had a chance to really look at our programming and see if we can realize some efficiencies. So we had that as a metric that we went through this year in the budget process. We also work with the board in terms, especially in the revenue side of the budget, because the board oversees, what do we go out for a tax levy? What do we use in terms of reserves and fund balance to help close that gap? So we've had a lot of discussions in terms of workshops, finance committee, as well as regular board meetings. So I'm going to first go through the reviews, and so we did contract with some consultants to look at fiscal stability, facilities utilization, and student programs. I'm going to walk through those recommendations. So what you see on here is everything in the report that's publicly available on the Business Office webpage. So everyone's welcome to review that. They were given data from the district. They worked with that data. We took those recommendations that you're going to see in a moment, and we used those to help inform our decisions this year. So we looked at our actual real data, updated data from what's in the reports. The first one is that they suggested from the fiscal stability side to make sure we're maximizing our state aid. We had Questar BOCES. They are close to Albany area. They specialize in state aid planning, so they're really the experts in that field. They came here and they helped us find a little bit of ways we can improve our efficiencies in terms of state aid claims, make sure we're maximizing the aid that we get. We also have the internal audit that's being finalized in the coming weeks. We asked them to look at especially the high-cost aids, make sure we're maximizing those for those students who have special needs. We can get some aid back on those additional costs. They did suggest that we need to immediately reduce our reliance on our fund balance, and that's part of our district savings. They also suggested, because our fund balance is going down and reserves are going down, we should really strive to maintain the reserve funds at the current levels. Both of those led to talks in terms of the budget about limiting those. We've seen a sharp increased usage of those savings in the past few years. One of their recommendations and findings was that if you continue on the same path moving forward, we might be in a really tough financial situation in a couple of years. They also recommended looking at the program review, seeing about what efficiencies they suggest in those reviews. And then we also should develop a multi-year fiscal plan moving forward. So we did incorporate some of that in the strategic fiscal planning process that went through February. So after we finish up the budget season here, we're going to be going back to that and really developing a long-range fiscal plan. And they also said if we decide to go with another tax levy override, it was suggested that we look at different or additional strategies to engage the community to understand the budget challenges for the district. So we've been taking those as the first primary set of information and recommendations to influence a lot of our decisions.
Chris, where
Yes.
are you with the long-range 5-year plan process?
We're waiting to see how this year, we want to address the immediate needs right now, but we're looking at, for instance, taking our reliance from our fund balance reserves from $4.4 million down to $500,000. What is that appropriate level? Also, if we were going to ask for a tax levy override, what does that look like for multiple years? So those are the pieces, some of the pieces that are going to be in the long-range fiscal plan, as well as looking at seeing efficiencies in terms of our programs.
Because I thought that was the plan for last summer, that we were going to start on a long-range 5-year plan.
The first
And
part of the
now it's
process
the
was getting that
plan for
independent
this
feedback.
summer?
Yeah, independent feedback now, and then we're going to take that feedback to help influence this budget cycle, but looking at future years. So it's going to be a multi-year process to get to a long-range plan. For the facilities utilization study, the first thing they noted is to discontinue the use of Parker School once capital work is done in Barry, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue with that plan. We were going to move back to Barry. Construction is going along pretty well at Barry Primary. We anticipate to be completed in August, so so we can have our students move back in by September. So we're working on those. We're working closely with our architects. Also, they identified that there can be some efficiencies in terms of the spaces at the junior, senior high school. So we're looking at the spaces, we're working with the principals, and looking at long-range plans for that building. Several slides for the instructional programs. It has several recommendations for the instructional program side of it. The first one was with an increased costs related to special education. They suggested we would look at doing a more in-depth study on our special ed programs and our delivery model. So we're going to plan on doing that in the 26-27 school year to help influence long-range planning in that regard. Also, along the same plans as the special education needs, we've seen an increase in our BOCES placements, which are costly. So developing a plan to bring those students back into the district. So in the last couple of years, we've added a couple more 12-1-3 classrooms. Next year, we're going to be adding another 12-1-3 classrooms. So even though it's an addition of staff, it's actually a reduction in BOCES expenses, so it is an overall savings for the district in terms of budgetary. Continue with the instructional program review. They suggest that we right-size instructional staffing through targeted review of class sizes. So we've been focusing this with our principals in terms of master scheduling work. We've had several meetings with them, and also applying informal class sizes. We've put targets of 24 as the maximum class size we want to have in our district, and we were able to do that through this year's budget process. Also, setting clear rules for secondary course offerings. So we're looking at setting minimum enrollment targets for electives. So that might mean some electives run every other year. So our building principals are hard at work at looking at that. Looking at the dual credit offerings. So we're going to see about maximizing our early college high school grant that we have available to us. Reevaluating the TTCT, the teacher team collaborative time structure at the elementary level. That's, again, master scheduling work that our building principals are working hard on to make sure we can still keep that collaboration time in our staff schedules. And also prioritizing the elementary science and social studies. So again, master scheduling work that we're going to be working with our principals. They also said to explore looking at negotiations with flexibility at the secondary level in terms of how we can assign staffing. Implementing routine monitoring of instructional staffing efficiency. So every year moving forward, we're going to have the same kind of process. We're going to evaluate what we currently have in terms of student enrollment, student programming, course offerings, and see about do we need to make any adjustments on a yearly basis. So we're doing a lot of work this year to really get to a point where we have a good starting point in terms of staffing moving forward, but every year we're going to continue looking at that piece of the puzzle. And then if we did any grade level reconfiguration, to make sure we have careful consideration of all the different various factors that are involved in there. So this year we decided we're not doing any grade shifting in terms of our buildings. Doesn't rule out the possibility in future years, especially when we're looking at being more efficient in our junior, senior high school spaces. Maybe we can consider shifting our grade levels between our buildings and for future years. So that's going to be for future conversations, but not for next year. So those are the feedbacks and the recommendations that we had from the independent reviews. We've already started to implement a lot of those. We're working hard as an admin team to make sure we're making the most informed decisions. We also put various surveys out to staff and community members. So the first thing that the staff and the community said is that we really should consider cutting our instructional coaching positions, return them to the classroom. So with that feedback, we've taken that feedback, we've worked together as a cabinet and as a team to say, okay, we're going to really look at our TOSA positions, and we're really going to reorganize and restructure that so that everyone who's in a TOSA position is really a student-facing position as much as possible. So we are going to be implementing that year through some AIS support TOSAs, as well as a community schools liaison. So right now we contract through BOCES to offer community school services, which is part of our set aside. So if part of our foundation aid amount that we get from the state has to be geared towards community schools in some kind of way. So BOCES hasn't really been completely able to meet our needs. So we're going to have a staff member on our payroll to help with that work. So it's not in addition, it's just reshifting between BOCES and the general fund. Also, tax levy override messaging, so similar to the reviews. If we need it, make sure we provide better messaging to the voters and better understanding for why we need to ask for additional funds. It's been suggested to try and coordinate with other school districts, so we're already in the process of trying to work with other nearby districts, see if we can share kind of services in any kind of way. So more to come on that as more develops. Make sure we prioritize our students' social emotional needs. So part of the push was to maintain our counselors, social workers, psychologists, any staff member that's closely connected with student SEL needs. as well as student programs. So like, for instance, music, art, extracurriculars, athletics. So those are some high focus areas from our stakeholders, as well as some suggestions to look at stipend positions. Do we continue certain stipend positions? Do we need to offer everything? Focus really on the main instructional program. Make sure we're offering as much opportunities to students as we can. These are just a sampling of suggestions stakeholders. There are many other suggestions that were provided. Some of them we can do, some of them we can't do. So like, for instance, one suggestion was we can go to a 4-day week to help save on some, we have a 180-day requirement, so we can't really go that direction. But if the state decides to go that route and allow us to be a pilot, maybe we can consider that for the future years. So there are a lot of other suggestions that were provided from stakeholders that we're also considering as well. Yes?
Why is an AIS support a person at TOSA? In the past, I know at the junior high when we've had AIS support, they weren't always TOSAs. What's the difference? I just thought about
The academic support right now, you can either be a reading certified teacher without being a TOSA, because that's your certification area, but you can also have like an elementary teacher or a secondary teacher, 7-12 teacher, be an academic support specialist. Historically, at least since I've been here, they've been TOSAs, the teacher and special assignment positions, mainly coded to the grant, like the Title I grant, to help support those needs. But unless you are certified as a reading specialist or a math specialist, you'd have to be as teacher on special assignments to provide those, to my understanding. Joe might be able to provide a little more information on that piece, but
I didn't know if that
yeah.
meant, if you're not meeting with kids, then it has to be a teacher, or what, because the more I thought about that, I thought our AIS has always been the teacher, not on special assignment. I was wondering.
I think they might have been, I'm not sure exactly the history behind that, but right now, they're all TOSAs unless they're certified for reading or math remediation.
Do we have many that are certified actually in that capacity?
We have 3 teachers.
3? Okay.
Yes. So next year we'll have a total of 14 positions. 3 of them are readings interventionists. 11 are going to be TOSAs next year for that role. So taking all those recommendations, we want to make sure we are making informed decisions in terms of budgetary realities. We started this year off with about a $6.5 million gap between what are incoming revenues in terms of state aid, tax cap, miscellaneous revenue, compared to what the projected expenses were from this current year going to next year. So we saw a $6.5 million gap. So it's a big problem for us as a district. So we explored options for local revenue support. So we're looking at a tax levy override to help support next year's budget. We are told from the reviews we really need to start looking at reduced reliance on fund balance and reserves to close that budget gap, to bring those long-range fiscal stability in place, as well as looking at a long-range plan, and we want to try and avoid fiscal stress. So right now, we're not designated as fiscal stress, but we are anticipating, since we're going to close this year with a deficit, that we will, on the 2026 fiscal monitoring, be designated as susceptible to stress. And then if the trends continue, we'll get to moderate stress. So we want to try and avoid that if we can. On the expense side, we have 2 different types of costs. We have non-staffing costs, essentially to run our facilities, run our programs, and we also have our staffing costs, which is the majority of our budget in terms of staffing and benefits. So when we're talking about non-staffing, when we had the budget reductions for this year from the tax levy wasn't successful last year, we did a lot of reductions in student supplies, building supplies, department budgets. Those went down. So some of the effort this year was to bring those back to more sustainable levels to make sure we can maintain support for our programs. We also have to make sure safety and security of our facilities, so there's sometimes increased costs in HVAC systems, et cetera. Looking at efficiencies and looking at those stipended positions that are salary but not directly related to an employee losing their position. In terms of the staffing costs, we looked at all positions district-wide. We looked at instructional, non-instructional, administrative. We want to make sure we put our primary focus on maximizing student-facing positions. Bringing class sizes to a more consistent levels. We have some classes that have class sizes of 10, 8, 15, 20. We want to bring those closer to 24 as our target for all the way through 12th grade. And of course, we have to look at our graduation requirements and New York State requirements. We have to make sure we meet those. So that's part of our work in terms of determining what does the staffing look like for next year. So in terms of the non-staffing expenses, just to kind of see what those kind of look like, this is before any applying savings. So this is taking that $6.5 million budget gap and starting to reduce that a little bit further. Staff attrition. So we were able to offer some retirement incentives this year, especially for those who missed the incentive. Those have helped us. So if we didn't backfill those positions, that's already $590,000 worth of savings right there. That doesn't impact any returning staff next year. Looking closely at our BOCES services. We're able to bring on some services that help save other expenses. We've already mentioned to staff that we're not going to be having Tiger Academy and Tiger Camp next year, so that's about $200,000 worth of stipends and supplies materials. Our facilities budget, based upon the request that came in from the facilities department, we will reduce that further by $170,000. Stipends to staff, we're still working on that piece. There's still a little more work to come on that, but maybe about $100,000 worth of savings that we're planning and projecting. The library budget, a lot of this is related to the BOCES services, but they will reduce their budget by $95,000. Athletics, $35,000. Tools for learning, so for K-6, we've been able to purchase like folders, pencils, pens for all of our K-6 students. We're reducing that. We still have some funds reserved for maybe some families that have a little bit harder time purchasing that for their students, but we're going to be asking families to help contribute those supplies next year for those students. Curriculum budget went down about $20,000. Workers' compensation premium, that consortium's going pretty well in terms of their fiscal health, so we were able to see lower premiums next year. And then maybe $50 here, $100 here, $1,000 here, a lot of other budget lines, another $20,000 worth of savings, so about $1.6 million, just before even talking about staffing impacts. So when we think about the expense budget, what I want to show you today are the big buckets of those budgets. At the April meeting, I'll show you a little more details for all these categories so you can see where like the counselors are and the SEL needs, and librarians, curriculum, and all those pieces. But the biggest buckets that we have are really the debt service, BOCES, and our payroll and benefits. As you can see, our debt service went down. That's paying our principal and interest for capital project work. Even though that's going down, we are anticipating building aid to go down, so it's kind of offset a little bit. The local share, that's the part, the local share of the tax cap formula, we try and keep consistent from year to year. So we keep doing capital projects so that we can maintain their safe and secure facilities. BOCES, we were able to reduce that by $480,000 for next year from what we had budgeted. We were able to save a little bit this year in terms of BOCES budget because we were able to reduce the special ed budget a little bit for this year's budget, so that's why it's a little more than what you saw on the previous slide. The payroll and payroll other, that's assuming some staff reductions for next year. So it's part of the work to get to where we are today. Corresponding with there are the benefits, the ERS, TRS, health, and all others. The health is expected to go up because next year our health insurance premiums are going to go up by 10% next year. The Health Consortium just voted this past week to have that rate increase for the 26-27 school year, but we're looking at 9.5% the next year, 9% the next year, so those are going to be increases. Historically, it's been on 6 to 6.5%. The other benefits are going up because, as you can imagine, if we're talking about reducing staffing, we might have some unemployment claims, so we see an increase in that budget line, about $300,000 for unemployment, so we had some reductions in other benefit areas. Tuition and utilities are other buckets that are large. Tuition is a moving target from year to year because sometimes it depends upon fluctuations in enrollment. For instance, we had some increases in charter school enrollment this year, so we have to make sure we have enough to cover those costs. In utilities, as we are all aware, those costs are going up as well. So we have the same electric and gas costs and water bills here. And everything else, that's the HVAC system maintenance, that's essentially everything else in the budget. Up to $211,000 from this current year. I put down the bottom without debt service. So without debt service, if you take that building aid going down as well, to kind of net neutral out, it's still a decrease from budget to budget from year to year to bring us down to using less savings. So as we continue talking about the revenue side of the budget, I want to talk about some options for the tax delivery. So we've already done a lot of right sizing in terms of getting ready for the budget that we are right now. We have a target of $58 million for our expense budget. This year it is about just over $61 million. We are trying to be mindful of our long-term fiscal stabilities in terms of reserves and fund balance, so make sure we're limiting how we can apply those parts of our revenue side. Realistically speaking, though, any budget gap we have remaining at the end needs to be closed with our fund balance and reserves, so we want to try and minimize this as much as we can. If we're looking at long-term plan, right now we're using $4.4 million from those two categories in total. I'm looking at a target of $1.5 million to get us down to a better spot. So we shouldn't be exceeding that amount based on recommendations. We also want to make sure we are cognizant of our taxpayers. They have a burden as well in terms of helping support us. They're seeing rises in fuel, utilities, and other taxes. That's a concern from community that I've been hearing across the board. But long-term, if we were successful with the tax levy override, that does help us out for eliminating the need for future overrides. And that's part of that long-range plan that we're looking at. So it might be a 1 year of tax override, maybe next year a little less, and then we get back to the tax cap. That's part of the long-range plan. So the real question is, what is that reasonable amount to ask our community to help support us? So I do have some options. Right now, we have a couple options. We have the tax cap, the tax levy limit, which is 4.64%. That requires just a simple majority approval. We are currently looking at a 7.5% increase, but one of my proposals is that maybe we look at a 6.5 to help lessen the burden a little bit for our communities. So what does that look like? In terms of the total tax levy for each of these options, here's the total local revenue we would receive for those three possibilities. If we were to consider those, we'd have to close the remaining current gap of $58 million, so we'll be using about $1.9 million from our savings in order to cover for the tax cap. But 1.5, that target I'm suggesting we don't exceed for the 6.5, and then the 7.5%, we can use $1.3 million of savings to close that gap. So, in terms of what does that look like for a taxpayer, if we look at the total increase divided by the total number of tax bills that we have, we can get an average for what that impact's going to be. So, looking at a tax levy limit, if we go out at there, it's going to be $11 per month added from this current year's bill to next year's taxes. 6.5 would be $15 a month extra from this year, and 7.5. So one of my proposals, and hopefully we can come to some kind of consensus tonight at tonight's meeting, is that we look at a 6.5% increase, not the 7.5. So that's the first question I have before we get to the remaining few slides that I have. So I want to get started, because from now until April, my job is to get down to a final budget for you to adopt at the April meeting. Any thoughts or suggestions on that?
I think anything we can save the taxpayers would be good. So that doesn't mean that we're voting for the budget tonight, we're just saying, can you start doing it for the 6.5 rather than 7.5?
Correct, yes.
Chris, have you worked out what will, oh no, never mind, I'm reading this now. So the difference is actually just, rather than us asking from the taxpayer, it's gonna be coming from the reserves and fund balance. Does that cover everything, or is there anything that?
This brings us to that $58 million budget target that we have. So
So
we've already done the right sizing, we've already done that part of the budget, so now it's how do we close that remaining gap?
Got it.
So as you change the tax levy that we get from the community, that changes the amount of savings that we have to apply. If there's no objections, then I'm going to take that as that's the direction that I can continue on with finalizing the budget work to April.
I agree.
I think we should have super clarity. So are we saying that we want Chris to build the budget? Because at the April meeting, the board approves the budget that goes forward. Are we saying we want Chris to build that with a 6.5% tax levy? Is that what we're saying? I mean, that's what he's recommending, but that will inform then, because then at the April meeting, you approve what budget is going to go to the voters. And he'll build it based on 6.5%. That will also inform all of our communication that comes from April to the board vote on on all of that, like what the communications will look like. But they'll be based on 6.5%.
So 6.5% is, it's actually less than a 2% increase of the tax levy, correct?
Yes.
One quick question on this. What's the worst case scenario if the tax levy override fails? What are we looking at?
So then we're looking at about $350,000 reduction from the expense side of the budget. So as we're preparing for the vote in May, we will make sure that a good set of communications about what does that essentially protect, right? We have still to determine what those pieces are, but I can imagine a lot of it's gonna be student programming that's gonna be impacted. And potentially more staffing.
I'm okay with going to the 6.5%. How about anybody else? Janet, Joe, Lori?
I think the 6.5 is the way to go now.
Especially when you break it down on a per monthly basis on an average property owner, you're talking what, $11 that is pretty much guaranteed, but then like $4 more a month, that's like a couple cups of coffee, So it seems pretty reasonable to me.
So I think just an extra, to bounce off of that point, Chris, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's really that 6.5% increase sounds intimidating, but essentially it's just for the average taxpayer in our district, that's an average, it's $15 a month, give or take.
From this year's increase into next year's, yes.
Got it, okay.
So some people will have $8, some people will have 30, right? So just to be
Right.
clear, it's an average.
But it's not a 6.5% increase of their taxes.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
But at that $15 a month rate, the budget will already have reduced staff, and
Correct.
some programs will be on a rolling basis where they're offered 1 year
Some electives,
and then
yes. Yeah.
the next.
Correct.
But that will remain the same.
Correct.
And one thing we'll build from there. If it's 6.5 to 4.64, our communication strand will build, here are the things that are at risk in that change. So if the 6.5 fails, here are the things we know are going to be reduced.
All right,
That'll
so
be our
to
real communication.
just restate that, even though there are some things that are already not gonna happen next year, you're going to, in your ads, tell the difference between the 4.64 and the 6.5 of what else is gonna go.
Yes.
Yes. It's really important that we look at that target of $1.5 million of savings. So it's saying we could use $1.9 million of savings to go to the tax cap, but that's putting us at a bigger risk for future years. So we're looking at the $1.5 million as our target from our savings from fund balance and reserves. Whatever that combination looks like between those two. So a few more slides to round this up. So one of the aspects of our district savings is looking at fund balance. The other aspect is reserves. So I want to show you a couple slides of where we come stand with there. Real property tax law allows us to carry over 4% of the next year's budget in terms of unassigned fund balance. That really helps us have a little bit of buffer to pay our bills in July and August. Our first source of revenue is really not until September when our taxes come in. So that's about $2.3 million on our current budget of about $58 million. End of year projections right now are about $3.1 million. And again, that's with using a lot of reserves, using a lot of prior year fund balance. So our fund balance is going down overall, but we're anticipating our fund balance to be about at that point, which means that if we're thinking about appropriating from this year's budget into next year, keeping at that 4% number to avoid higher rands that we may have to take out in the future, it's about $786,000. So keep that in mind. So as we're looking at the end of the year, we have the option as a board to fund some of those reserves. One of my suggestions is to always look at funding the TRS reserve because that's limited how we can do that on an annual basis, about only $350,000 this year. And our expenses for TRS about $2 million on an annual basis, so I would suggest we consider that. Doesn't mean we have to. And then if we appropriate $921,000, part of that $1.5 million, that brings our fund balance to $1.8 million, which really puts us below that 4% measure for next year starting off for unassigned. So it starts putting us in a situation where we're setting ourselves up for fiscal stress for future years. Anything between 3 and 4% is not designated as fiscal stress on the fiscal stress monitoring. Below 3% is 8 points, then 16.3% points, and then 25 points, if I remember the number correctly. Reserve balances, so these are another source of district savings that we have. We have these reserves here. They're designated for particular purposes. We can't really budget for some of them, like the insurance, the capital, or the tax tertiary reserve, because those are dependent upon what ends up happening in terms of, like, someone were to contest their assessment, we may have to owe some refunds to a taxpayer for overpayment of taxes. So we can't really budget for that, right? So that's why we have some of these reserves for those unique scenarios. Right now, we have certain balances for these budgets. In that black column, you have what we currently have in the budget that could be tapped into those reserves to help pay. So we have about $121,000 in premiums for workers' comp. So we could, of the $239,000 balance from workers' comp reserve, apply $120,000 of that to help offset premium costs. So that's how you can read this. Our current unemployment reserve is about $65,000 we're anticipating for the end of this year. With a high possibility of some unemployment claims, we want to potentially, if we're increasing our unemployment budget to $300,000, we want to maybe increase our usage from that reserve. So the hopes is maybe we don't have those high claims, so we don't have to spend from that reserve. But if we have it budgeted, we can do that. But to do that, in the April meeting, I'm going to suggest that we have some budget transfers that are allowed by law between these reserves to help fund that unemployment reserve. So it says a negative balance right now, but that's something that's going to come in April in terms of some of the recommendations that I have as I close out the budget. So as you can see right now, we're budgeting about $620,000 in the current status of the budget for next year. That work is going to still continue. But as we go through this process, those reserve balances are starting to become more and more depleted. So we start this year anticipating ending at $5.3 million. We're going to anticipate close to $4.7 million, so that's going to go down. And the most restrictive reserve is the capital reserve, which can only be accessed through voter approval for capital project work. So as we get closer to that $3.2 million, that limits what we can actually apply in terms of helping offset the budget. So that's part of the scenario that we're in this year, is we're really limited how we can use our district savings to help offset those costs. Whereas in the past, we've had those balances up close to $8 million. Now we're bringing them, we've been using them, they're down to $5.3 million. Another update in terms of revenue. So right now, the governor is proposing a 1% increase in foundation aid, talking with other districts and hearing about what's going on in the budget talks at the Capitol. Both houses are still right now in negotiations, but they're planning on maybe a 2% increase in foundation aid. So what I have built into the budget right now is a conservative between those two, a 1.5% increase in foundation aid right now. So as we get more information from the Capitol in terms of where the state budget is, I'll update those numbers accordingly. But in the blue column is what the governor currently has in her budget. The building aids are in red because they're different than what's in the budget, because we use our fiscal advisor's numbers, because sometimes those change depending on when construction is completed. So we're just finishing out a capital project right now. We're going to start one again very soon. So those numbers are what we're told we're going to be anticipating for aid in those years. You'll see some negatives in the budget adjustments column, because when we take the executive budget from the governor, those are based upon our budgeted amounts for those expense-based aids. So we get aided a certain percentage for high-cost BOCES, transportation, building aid, based on what we actually spend. We're not anticipating actually spending all of those, so I have to make some judgments in terms of what do we realistically expect to get in building aid and transportation aid, et cetera. So that's what we have in the purple column, is what we have budgeted right now for state aid projections. So in terms of the draft budget right now, in terms of revenue, the levy right now is at 6.5% in the budget, so I'm going to continue moving forward with that. The pilots, that's payment in lieu of taxes, so we have a few businesses in the area that have special agreements that they're off the tax rolls, but they still pay local taxes. Our foundation aid, building aid, all the other aid categories, have separated those out to highlight again the building aid's going down, but our expenses for the debt service is going down too, so it's not really of concern. That was anticipated. Our miscellaneous, we're getting closer to what we expect to get in terms of interest earnings, rental of our facilities, et cetera. And then our fund balance, about $1.5 million right now in terms of using that. So that brings us to that $58 million budget mark for next year. I did put down the bottom a couple other things. If we take building aid out, then if you look at the sustainable revenues, which is just the taxes, the pilots, the miscellaneous revenue, anything in green, with the building aid is going down a little bit, but that again is anticipated with building aid, with the debt service going down. But without the building aid, so since that fluctuates from year to year, we are seeing an increase in our sustainable state aid revenues by about 4%. So it's good to just point out that it seems like we might be losing state aid, but we're actually increasing in our state aid from year to year. Not enough to keep up with the rising costs of expenses across the board, but we are still getting an increase from year to year. So some key takeaways, this has been a difficult budget year. We are looking at staffing and non-staffing reductions in terms of this year's budget. We're looking at a proposed $1.5 million gap that we're going to try and close our budget at, which is that $58 million budget target. This does include $1.6 million of non-staffing reductions. So as you can imagine, that's why we need to have those staffing conversations looked at deeply in terms of make sure we get down to that number. Foundation aid, there's potential for a 2% increase, so as we get more information, we're going to adjust the revenue budget accordingly. And then from this point until April, I'm going to start looking at the three-part budget, which is required for the budget hearing, which is the admin, capital, and program portions of the budget, so we have to report in that way. Based upon those pieces, there might be some further reductions and tweaks I have to do to bring it to an appropriate level for voter approval. And then starting to put together what the contingency budget will look like, as well as anything that needs to be reduced in case the budget in May is not successful. Next steps, looking at all the budget lines, make sure we scrub the budget many times, look at the three-part budget, look at the budget, final BOCES requests are due April 10th, so we're going to be submitting those, finalizing those, and then obviously look at the governor's budget, where that ends up landing, as well as continue to work with the finance committee and on the revenue side in terms of the tax override, finding the appropriate messaging for the community. The next budget presentation is April 20th. That's where you officially adopt the BOCES budget, the admin rent to capital of the BOCES portion of the budget. Every district in the OCM region is having a board meeting that same night to adopt that budget, and then the board's also going to adopt the budget for the district as well. And then just a reminder, we have a budget hearing on May 5th at 5 p.m. at the junior senior high school. And the annual meeting, which is the budget vote and board elections day, is going to be May 19th this year from 12 to 9 p.m. Look for more information about absentee early mailing ballots as well, but just a reminder, we will have 2 polling locations this year. The junior senior high school for the city of Cortland and Cortlandville, as well as the town of Virgil for Virgil, Lapeer, Hartford, and Dryden. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Chris. It is now time for the superintendent to do his update.
Thank you. Want to say thank you to Chris. This has been, pretty intense work, as you would imagine, right? Closing a $6.5 million gap is, not fun work, but necessary work. So I want to appreciate him and all that he's gone through over the last couple of months. It's good for us to be reminded of our work with kids, right, our students. So this is Officer Locke, who is our new school resource officer, in addition to Officer Slater. So Officer Locke's been making his way around and getting to know some of our students. This is him visiting some of our students at Parker for lunch the other day. And so we've had an opportunity. He's really got a few stations in every elementary building. He's been making his way around. We've seen him at Berry, we've seen him at Parker, we've seen him at Smith, and we've seen him at Randall. He's making ready friends with some of our youngsters, and I think being a really welcome member of our school community. So if you hadn't seen that previously, we're grateful for the Cortland PD and for Officer Locke to be part of our community now. I don't have any actual pictures from the production, but I hope you had a chance to go see Guys and Dolls. It was a wonderful show, and we've been commenting on it quite a bit. And one of the things that really was striking about it was the amount of 7th, 8th, and 9th graders who played starring roles in this thing, and really a talent pool that's in our youth that will continue to do really special things. It was well done, and just a really cool production. So I'm grateful for Tyler Mead Young, for Josh Allen, and for the rest of staff that helped us make this a reality, and of course to our students who
Bob,
yes.
you might want to comment that the group that did that play years ago, there were, I think, 5 of them that attended on Sunday. and they said as wonderful as this was, they were better.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah, Janessa, we were in a meeting with Janessa today, and she was commenting on Saturday how those folks were up on stage, and yes.
And that was tongue in cheek.
I'm sure there's-
They knew what a
I'm sure.
fabulous job
Yeah,
was
yeah.
done on
Yeah,
this production.
so I appreciate that, yeah. If you haven't yet known or heard, on Saturday, March 14th, members of our Smash Brothers team went up and competed at the high school esports tournament held at Elite Gaming in Syracuse. And after battling it out against over 60 opponents, one student, who is junior Dom Brown, broke it through and made it to the finals, and I guess had a close match. And as Coach Hare put it, against a nationally ranked player, that ended with Dom being in second place against a nationally ranked esports player. John and Coach Prignon said that this solidifies Cortland esports as a powerhouse in the esports scene. So proud of our team and proud of our kids for going up and making that a reality. So grateful for that. This happened again, and this is on the personal side, but I think it's important. So this is the sign that's at the corner of Tennyson and Wilbur Ave, if you've ever been there, up on Tipperary Hill, at the base of Tip Hill in Syracuse. And this is where I went just a couple of weekends ago to demonstrate my maybe in or out of shapeness by running the Tip Hill 4-miler. So it's a pretty intense run. It's fun, and I found myself for the second year in a row as I'm coming up the hill at Tennyson and Wilbur, and lo and behold, there was Lizzie McAndrew. So if you know Lizzie, so she's high school, junior, senior high school special education teacher. And she's there, she's worked the event 2 years in a row. And as I'm coming up, and right, at this point, you're like 2.5 miles in, and my brain is wandering around like, geez, I should have prepared better, I should have worked harder, I should have been in better shape, I probably shouldn't have ate breakfast this morning. All these thoughts are happening as I'm coming up the hill. And there she is saying, you've got this. And she finds me. Last year she found me too. I don't know how. There's 10,000 people that run this thing. And she says, you've got this. It's a beautiful message. It's so important for us right now. So I wanted to share that and just say thank you to Lizzie for cheering me on. And I think about us as a board, and during the time of hard work, who's there to cheer us on? So you have to find some people to cheer you on. And also, are you going to cheer others on? It's going to be hard, right? April's hard, May's going to be hard. But we need each other to cheer each other on. And to say you've got this. Super simple message. If you know Lizzie, she's jumping around sometimes when she's saying it. But really important to cheer each other on and make sure that we're standing tall for one another.
And I think we need to cheer Aiden on, because I think I saw something just a few minutes ago on an accomplishment that you just had.
I passed my Cisco Certified Network Associate exam.
Congratulations.
That has been out on social media, and Aiden also, he may speak to later, he's also been helping us on the budget side of things, so he's probably going to let us know something that he's working on, the design of, he and Mr. Williamson have been working on, so we're super appreciative of that as well. So to move forward in the messaging and to echo a little bit of where Chris has been, you know that over the past couple of weeks, we've had meetings in every building with staff. We wanted to make that happen. We had a meeting here at the Kauffman Center, and we'll have another one tomorrow afternoon. We continue to stay focused on what our mission and vision are. We know what our work is, what our structure looks like, and what the organization of that work sometimes evolves and changes. But our mission and vision continue to be the same. We have really focused over these last couple of months to evaluate the structure and the program and the opportunities of our district. As you know, and Chris mentions many times, some of our strategic planning has been around program. Some of it has been around gaining or growing revenue. And much of it has been around cost savings measures. So those are the things that we will continue to wrestle with and continue to be prepared for. Chris mentions it, but an example of that is potential restructuring of the district. One of the things that we've been trying to do is communicate from the district office at least some of the updates that and difficult decisions we've had to make. At one point, there was a lot of rumoring going around the district that we were going to move 6th grade up to the junior, senior high school. And I think that will become a reality if I were to make a prediction. That will become a reality based on our enrollment. And it's fitting and appropriate to do. This spring was just not the right time to execute that based on all, many other things that are happening. So a little bit more lead time. And as we enter into summer and next fall, I believe we'll be having that conversation and thinking about that pretty quickly. Chris mentioned and talked a little bit about, sort of the big bucket areas. So state aid, local revenue, so that's our tax levy. And then the big expense sides, right? Staff salary, staff benefits. Those are the big buckets of the budget. In our conversations that we've had over the last couple of weeks, we've talked about that. And one of the things that has been, unique and new in my experience is every March, all the superintendents of the region get together and we have a big meeting around a big table, and each district goes around and gives their budget overview. And the typical conversation from any and every superintendent, typical in my time, has been, we have a $60 million budget this year. Next year, we're going to go out at $62.5 million. It's a $2 million budget-to-budget increase. Our tax levy is, such and such percentage, and we're going out at the tax levy. It's very typical. It's an anomaly to have anybody talk about a budget-to-budget reduction, except this year, there were multiple districts around the table that spoke the same way that I did. And so I went and said, this year we have a $61 million budget. Next year we're going to have a $58 million budget. It's a $3.5 million budget decrease. Our tax levy is this, and this is what we're going to go out at. It's the first time around the table that many other districts had the same type of message. So it's happening regionally, it's happening in the state, and the reality is that the cost of doing business, of running a school, I should say it the other way. The revenues that come into a school district cannot keep up with the cost of running a school district. So those realities are with us, and they're going to be with us for some time, and I think Chris is right on. We're going to have to analyze this year to year and keep on looking forward. At a meeting just a few weeks before that, all of the business officials and superintendents are at, and Rick Timms was there. So Rick Timms is a retired business official and superintendent. He works extensively with consulting with state ed and with districts and with the legislature in thinking about funding for school districts. He worked really, deeply at analyzing when the Rockefeller Foundation did a study of foundation aid formula a couple of years back. He worked deeply in analyzing what all that looked like and what that all turned into afterward, right? Any adjustments that might have been made. So Chris and I are sitting next to each other in a presentation by Rick Timms, and Rick Timms says, I'll bet if you look, your foundation aid, so your state aid, will not match what your health insurance costs go up by next year. So he says that. So I write it down and I'm like, oh, geez, I wonder where we are with that. So he says, I'll bet foundation aid won't even keep up with that bucket, just that bucket. Now on the revenue side, those are the two big buckets, state aid and local tax. There's some miscellaneous revenue, but those are the buckets and they're really limited. Those are the only buckets. On the expense side, those are the big buckets, but there are so many other buckets that are also there. You can think of rising costs of fuel, rising cost of electricity, rising cost of every supply that we buy. So that thing isn't as finite. But I asked Chris for the numbers, and 2 weeks ago before we did the presentations, those are what the numbers look like. So Rick Timms hit it right on the head. So if you look at foundation aid, our expectation is they're in the $230,000 range. And if you even take that and add to it what our tax levy will be, and let's say that's $900,000, that's $1.15 million. as a revenue stream. That's coming in, what we would have in addition. And just for next year, our health benefits, staff benefits, 1.2 million. So Rick Timms is right and wrong. The whole thing, our whole revenue, doesn't match just what our staff benefit increase is. That creates a pretty significant puzzle very quickly. You can look on the staff salary side, 1.4 million, and that's not accounting for every other expense that is rising in cost. So that, Rick Timms is there. I think it was very informative, and you know, this is hard work, but necessary. This is important for us to continually focus on. I think this slide that Chris shared at our budget workshop is really important. At the time, we were talking, you know, there was, I think, some conversation and some conversation about that we're not a district in fiscal stress. And that's based on a comptroller's designation of a district in fiscal stress. You'll notice by Chris's slide, and I think it was really instructive, the anomaly are those green years from 2021 to 2025. That's COVID funding. The reality and the normal is from 2014 forward to 2020, where you see fiscal stress was a designation that we had. We're assuming, predicting, thinking that, you know, moving forward, again, as our reserves and fund balance continue to reduce, as we rely more on, you know, bigger budget gaps, you know, our rating in fiscal stress may continue on. But I think the reality is the times that we weren't in fiscal stress, weren't designated by the comptroller's office in fiscal stress, were because of, you know, massive amounts of federal support. So we continue to work on the whole thing, the revenue, expense, and program reviews. This is ongoing work, as I had mentioned, and as you all know, we're trying to take this step by step. There's a lot to you know, right sizing, and there's a lot to cost savings measures, and there's a lot to preserving programs for students. So we continue to work at that. It's ongoing. It's every day. It's with, you know, many stakeholders. It's with our cabinet and leadership team very often. We've really thought about an order of operations and how to go about this to make sure that we're trying the best we can to have one conversation and not one and then repeat that conversation multiple times. So with staff that are impacted, we're really thinking about the order of operations and how to go about those conversations, knowing that there will be some staffing conversations we have with an impacted staff member, and that might change between now and June or now and September, based on other factors. So when every time, you know, a staff member makes a particular decision or you know, shifts in an assignment, that impacts a conversation that we might have. We're alerting staff tomorrow. We've had some, you know, correspondence out. We're alerting staff in the morning about what the process will look like for this week, for the difficult conversations around staff layoffs. And then after break, as we're really then building master schedules in every building, we'll be having conversations about staff assignments after that. So layoff conversation will come first, those difficult conversations this week, and then staff assignments after break, and as we go through the rest of April and May. As I mentioned, and I put in there, and we wanted to be you know, pretty transparent about it, we won't get every part of this right. There will have to be some adjustments that we make later on when we recognize or realize, oh, we forgot about this. We've been trying to think about every scenario we have, and we've been asking a lot of questions. But there will be some times where we have to go back and have an adjusting conversation to make sure that we get it right. And that will continue all the way through till we get to the budget vote, and then you know, after that vote, what we do for the remainder of the school year in June. But we're really trying to be thoughtful about that order of operations. This is just a draft that I showed way back when, so we'll make adjustments to this. But now that the board has landed on a 6.5% tax levy, Chris and I go back, we'll start to really position all of our mailings, communications, social media around that budget vote for May and around what's at stake and around, you know, the importance of getting out to vote. And what those dollar amounts, you know, those average dollar amounts, those predictions and dollar amounts work out to be. So that'll be our next work. I'm expecting, and I think what would be good for the board is that at that April meeting, when we're really landing on the budget that the board will put out to the voters, I'll have almost final drafts of many of the things that we'll go out with. We'll also at that point, we're going to, you know, we have some other means that we're going to use to get the word out this year and get the word out for the vote. Along with that, and just to end on a different note, I do hope that you start to reserve your calendar around our spring concert schedule. And once we get to April and May and June, it does get busy with a lot of student opportunities to show their skills. So as we get a little further, we'll make sure that, you know, Alicia continually reminds you all of some of the opportunities to come visit, see our kids, and see our kids perform. So got a lot of great opportunities coming forward. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, and I think we should get on with the meeting.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
We're now on to the consent agenda. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education accepts the consent agenda as presented. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Carolyn? All in favor? Louder?
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Abstaining? Thank you.
Should we be getting worried about the students being able to get homes?
Yeah. Do you guys need to go?
Oh, no, I'm upset, sorry, I misunderstood that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a time, but now you're good.
No, they're okay.
Yeah,
All right, okay, good.
okay.
Sorry.
Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education approves the personnel action as presented. Motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Second, Joe? All in favor? Abstain? Opposed? Motion is passed. Old business. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education accepts the revised SRO agreement as presented. I have a motion.
Motion.
Joe?
That's what we just heard.
Yeah. Okay, and Gavin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining?
Wait a minute. Are you on 8-1?
Yes.
8-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did 8-1.
But we didn't.
I'd like to discuss it a little bit.
Oh,
All right, so the date on this is January 1 of 26. Does that mean that the SRO that we had before we just hired the second one, will his salary be retroactive at the new rate to January 1? If this contract starts January 1?
I would say yes, because it's effective January 1st.
So he will
The
get a
annual salary.
retroactive salary of the new 55,000?
Because their calendar goes from January to December for payroll, so yes, it would go back to January.
Okay, so he will get a retroactive check.
That's my understanding.
All right, and then the other part is, according to the New York State legislation, if I'm understanding it correctly, the cap for them to still draw their pensions is 50,000. How are we paying them 55?
Well, it's a good question. So I think the email you sent to, so there was a last bullet point that said many districts pay like 75 to 100,000 as well.
That's if they're active SROs.
Yep, so, and these are active SROs. So the one thing to note, so we don't do any of this, we don't do any of this direct paying, so this is our contract with the city. This is our agreement through the city. And then the city does the work with the SROs.
Okay. If they are active duty SROs, or active duty police, their salary can range from 75,000 to 120,000, depending on the location and experience. The salary cap is for retirees.
Yes.
To draw their pension,
Yes.
they can't have a salary more than 50.
Yes.
And this salary says, this agreement says their salary is 55.
Yeah, this is, the city pays them. So the city's work with them is that we're contracting for that amount with the city.
How can we pay them more than the city's gonna pay them?
We're paying the city, we're not paying them.
An extra
We're paying the
5?
city. We pay this, that's what we've contracted for each
So what's the
SRO.
extra 5 for?
Well, I think you'd have to ask the city, but I'm assuming they use it for other residual costs. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me. And
Okay. Chris, can you help explain
it
it?
also doesn't make sense if their salary has gone up by like 35%. Doesn't their day get increased?
Yes, their day is longer now, it's 7 hours.
They're going 7 hours?
Yes.
7.5 hours now? A
7
regular?
hours, yep, 7 hours.
Both of them are?
Yes.
Well, now that's a good point, but I don't understand why we're paying more to the city than the city can pay to them. What's it for?
I think this is often an arrangement when you contract with somebody. We're contracting with the city for this work.
Okay, but all
And then
the
the
city
city
can
makes
give
the
them is
determination.
50,000. Why are we giving
Yes.
the city 5,000 more than they
I
can
think you'd
give
have to
them?
ask the city, I
The
guess.
city would answer that,
That's-
they would tell you what they're doing the extra 5,000 for. Typically, it's maybe going towards the health insurance benefits the cost the city has for having them on their payroll. It might be their ERS cost,
But
ERS cost, whatever.
supposedly, when we first started this, the city was gonna keep their health insurance and the city was gonna do this, but now we're actually paying for it.
We don't know what we're paying
Not
for the extra
necessarily.
5,000, that's a question for the city.
Yeah.
Well,
We contracted for
wouldn't that have come
55,000.
up in the negotiation process? Wouldn't you have asked?
What typically comes up is, hey, here, we're trying to negotiate a cost, and we've had to negotiate this contract multiple times in multiple confusing ways, but this is where we landed. This is the place that we land, and sometimes when you negotiate a contract, you land
But
somewhere.
the two things I don't understand is the retro back to
Yeah.
January, and I don't understand that extra 5,000.
I
Okay.
appreciate
I'm
that.
done.
Under new business,
Oh, now you gotta vote.
what's that?
Yeah.
Oh, now yes, okay, that's where I got left off, okay.
I'm sorry,
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstaining? Okay. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education approves the request for the extended overnight field trip to Costa Rica. This is the initial request. The final approval will be 60 days in advance of their departure date. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Joe. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? The motion is passed. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education approves the request to surplus items as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Discussion,
Oh,
discussion.
oh, there it is, yes, discussion.
Where are all these computers and laptops gonna go? There's 16 pages.
Usually the better full facility now.
Yes, yeah, so these are, I have to get more information about that in terms of where they're gonna go, but it's part of the process where we have old items and we just surplus it. I'm
can't
not
hear
sure,
you.
I'm not sure where they're gonna go.
And are they out of date, are they broken?
Some of them are outdated, or sorry, some of them are broken. The vast majority of these are updated. So all the ones where you see the 655 G1s, we've had those in the district since the better part of 2011, I want to say. So these things are well over a decade old.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That
this was
explains
my
it.
little project over winter break. I don't know too much about it.
And then were the volleyball tops offered to the Alumni Association?
I'm not sure if they were.
Because that was, I thought, supposed to be the agreement, that the
Yeah,
Alumni
I'm-
Association was going to get the old uniforms.
They might have been in the previous iteration, yeah, I haven't been involved in this one.
Well, can they be offered
Yes.
to the Alumni Association?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? The motion is passed. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education approves the 2025-2026 tax collection report as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second. Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yeah. These are the school taxes that weren't paid on time, and the city or the county collects them and forwards them to the district, and the district actually gets all its money paid in full by December of 2026.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Abstaining? The motion is passed. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education awards the site construction contract to FAS at the amount of $342 with all those zeros, and awards of the mechanical and construction to King and King for 2021 capital project, Phase 4, and junior senior high, oh my goodness, this is a long one. SED, 11-2, I don't know if we have to put these numbers in, 11-02, 0-01, 007, 021. And then Randall Middle School, 11-02, 0-1, 0-0-0-2, 0-1-4. Holy smokes.
Wait to see the next one.
Oh, great.
Chris.
You're just waiting for that, aren't you?
Alicia, oh my God.
Can I have can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Thank you, Gavin.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any discussion?
And that's basically driveways at the junior high, senior high.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of piping.
Yeah, no, got a little holes up there. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Motion's moved. Here we go. This is the other construction for the capital improvement project. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of Mr. Robert Edwards, Superintendent of Schools, that the Cortland Enlarged City School District Board of Education awards the general construction contract to Daniel J. Lynch Incorporated as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of Ooh, 708 and a bunch of zeros. And awards the mechanical construction contract to King and King Mechanical Incorporated as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $22,317. The award awards construction to Patricia Electric, that's interesting, Incorporated as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $375 with all those zeros. Awards the plumbing construction contract to Lovett Mechanical Contractors as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $4,100 for 2025 capital project at the junior senior high school. And then has all the numbers for it. Okay, 11/02/01/120 and Randall Middle School 11/02/01/002 1013. Holy cow. Is there a motion?
Janie, you deserve a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Sherilyn. Is there any discussion?
It's basically enlarging the Randall nurses area in their office, and the poor janitors will lose a closet.
Okay. Okay, and under leadership reports.
We have to vote.
Vote, sorry about that. After all that, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? So moved. Now, does the cabinet have any information they would like to share tonight?
Joe, thank you. Julie?
Just really quickly, I wanted to give an update on the Mindex conference that both our Director of Technology and one of our network technicians went to. It was the district-wide Mindex conference in Saratoga Springs. You'll see in the executive content, you'll see one of the PDFs in there is from them. It's just an overview of how it went and different things that they were able to connect on. One of the things that they got at this is more information about our data dashboards. So this is kind of a new thing. I just went last week up to the CINRIC up in Mattydale to learn more about the data dashboard and the possibilities that this school tool can do for us. So up and coming on that, lots of learning on that. So they learned, and they're going to be coaching me and some of our principals on what to do with it.
And I'm very thankful that you've hit exactly what I've asked for, the value statement of why they went and what they learned. It was much appreciated.
You're welcome. And then the other one, you'll see the superintendent's conference. And I didn't even need to get after him to write the report. He did it all on his own. So he's got it all in here. Just kind of talks about all the different meetings that he went to for his most recent House of Delegates and his work in Albany when he was advocating for us.
That's
Thank you, Julie.
on the executive attachments?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. So that's another one.
Second one.
You'll see it underneath the February warrants. It was
It's a breakdown of all the different meetings you went to.
Gotcha.
So it's got a lot of good information. You can just see kind of an overview of all the things he did and the different keynotes that he attended, and so lots of good information. That's all I have.
Thank you, Julie. Kristen?
At this point in the school year, we're roughly about halfway through our annual reviews, so those are progressing. Met with the leaders in Cortland County today to continue planning Olympiad, so just another plug, make sure on your calendars, May 26th will be our Cortland County Olympiad held at the college. Plans are well underway, and we're just looking forward to a great time.
Very good.
Thank you, Kristen. Chris?
Very
Just a
good.
quick update, also, in addition to the dates I shared at the budget presentation, just a reminder, we are planning a town hall meeting on April 13th at 5 p.m. at the junior senior high school. So we're planning on finalizing a budget, a little postcard to go out to residents to make sure they're aware of it, to invite the community to come learn about the budget challenges that we're facing, as well as share a little bit more additional information prior to the board adopting the budget. Just a reminder, that's all I got on my.
What time was it, Chris? I didn't write that down.
5 p.m.
5
on
o'clock.
Monday, April 13th.
Okay, thank you.
Not a Friday.
And if we can get invites out to everybody, that'd be
Yes.
great.
The 5 questions that I had for you, I'll roll over to Finance Committee
Okay.
because of the hour.
Sounds good.
But you got a heads up as to what they are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just a few things on my end. So 2 updates, well, maybe 3 updates from facilities, just because Chris is tapped out maybe tonight, but Jordan reported that our fuel tanks were inspected and cleaned up recently. So if you hadn't heard, so we do have big fuel tanks on property. It also, just so we have a heads up and it's in our brains, it sounds like those will soon, quote unquote, need to be replaced. So Chris and Jordan will really be working through like a planning of that, right? So fuel tanks are pretty good expense, pretty big expense, so we gotta be mindful of that. 2 other things that I'll reach out to the board, to board members in the next couple of days. Our new freezer at the junior senior high school is complete, it's functioning, it's currently at -5 degrees, that's where it remains, I guess. Jordan said it's pretty darn cold in there. But our truck, so we had a temporary freezer, it was literally the back of an 18-wheeler. That's gone now from the property, which is great, and the new freezer is all constructed. So I will send out an email if anybody wants to put on their winter gear and come up and walk into it. It's an interesting experience to go in and see what that looks like, it's pretty cool. And I think, so next week is break, but in the next couple of weeks, if anybody wants to come and take a walk at Barry and see the new addition, sheet rock is up, so it's in a phase where you can walk in and you can really feel it and envision what it's going to look and feel like. So I think those are 2 opportunities coming up that if you want, come take advantage of. I want to say a huge thank you to Cabinet for working through what has been a pretty taxing last couple of months, and a real shout out to Julie. We had Friday, we had our professional development day. And as part of that, and then in addition, in the week prior, Bill Farrader was here, so he was helping us, he's been helping us this year with a number of different projects and a number of different work. And some of his winter work had to be rescheduled because of weather, and he's a Buffalo person, so we've given him a hard time because we think he could travel in any weather. But most of that got rescheduled. Julie has really managed a pretty complex rescheduling, and we have a survey out to staff right now. I'm anticipating really positive reviews, at least of our work with Bill Farrader. He's a fantastic 30-year, 29-year middle school science teacher, so he knows our language and he knows kids. So appreciative of that. And then just last on my end, so just for some clarity and conversation, I think the board could give me some guidance. At our last community engagement committee meeting, and Gavin can speak to this, and Janet, 2 ideas really emerged, and those 2 ideas from some community members were they might be interested in running for the board, and they'd love to know what it's like to be a board member. That spawned an idea of potentially creating a video of current board members to just say a little bit, right? I mean, a 30-second, 1-minute piece about, hey, this is what it's like to be a board member. Come join us, be a board member. So I'd like to talk to the board about that. Justin and Gino are ready to go whenever we want to film it. I don't think tonight would be great, but sometime soon we could put that out, and I would definitely say the sooner the better. Because we want to get some people interested. I think the other part about that stuck is potentially having a meet the board night, not meet the candidates night, but some time to actually just be with board members to talk about what it is to be a board member. That idea came up at that meeting too, of like, yeah, we could go somewhere in town sometime just have community members come and ask questions of board members. So I don't know how we want to manage that or what we want to talk about in that, but I think that would be good to talk about.
Well, I think they're wonderful ideas, but with our committee structure, our committees are only allowed to do what you've just done, bring it back to the board and get the board's approval before they actually initiate anything. And that, you handed that out to us a long time ago. Committees cannot take action prior to full board approval. And so any wonderful ideas that they come up with, they can't have starting dates before the next board meeting. They've got to be after they present it to the board. And the minutes, I think, because it was an open meeting, there has to be minutes of those committee meetings. And
So are you interested in going forward with either of those plans?
am I interested in what?
Going forward with either of those two things?
I am very interested in going forward with all of
Oh,
those
perfect.
suggestions.
Okay.
I'm not interested in writing their minutes.
Okay.
I wasn't at the meeting, but I think they're supposed to be public.
Okay. How's everybody else with going forward with those two ideas? That's okay? So,
I'm okay with it.
okay. We could even have our student board members in a video
Yeah.
for sure. Sure, I think that'd be good. Okay. So I'll get out some correspondence and we'll try to coordinate a time with Justin or Gino for some filming. You put on your best clothing and come and give a good little pitch, and then we'll build something around that. And then we'll think about a date for us all to be available, at least for some public to come and meet us and talk about what it is to be a board member.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome, okay. And that's it for me, thank you.
And I also think you need a commendation for those suggestions. They were very good.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Good on that part, Jana.
Okay, we have the two ex officios.
Si's gonna be kicking this one off.
And Aiden, you,
The Board of Education one.
Oh, yeah.
who did I lose?
Did
You want to do
10.2?
10.2?
Oh, got it.
10.2, Jana?
Yep, there it is.
Long night for all of us.
What would you like to say?
If nobody else wants to say anything, I'd like to discuss the shared decision-making committee a little bit. According to the school law book, if I have it correct, board members cannot serve on the shared decision-making committee, but they have input. The board is supposed to meet with the district-wide planning committee to define the issues that the shared decision-making committee is going to examine. And I don't believe in the 6 years that I've been on the board, we've ever done that. And I think in the last few years, we've had a board member sit on that committee, and the commissioner says they can't. That's not what our purpose is. Our purpose is to throw out things for them to discuss. And they suggest that on the committee, we have administration, which we have 6 of on our shared decision-making team, and teachers, which we have 9 of, parents, unless you're double dipping with administration and teachers, we don't have any. Students, we don't have any. Support staff, we've got 1, I think. And community, the college, whatever, we don't have any. So I would like us to take that challenge and look at our shared decision-making team and look at what our job is, which is meeting with the district level team and coming up with things shared decision-making is supposed to discuss. They are not allowed to discuss the budget.
I think, I don't think any of us are prepared really, because I asked in an email for a question. Can you reply to that email? Maybe you missed it, but I sent an email that said, what are your questions or concerns?
Well, I didn't want to mess up with open meeting law.
But I think you can share those reflections. I don't have that information, so I haven't.
It's in the school law book.
If you can share it, I think that would be the way to get us started.
I can give you copies of it.
Yeah. I think that will start a process. I'm unfamiliar with that information. So, yeah,
Well, I
appreciate
think
it.
we all are, because I
Yeah.
don't think any of us knew what our responsibility was.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Are you ready now?
Can I jump in real quick?
My guys,
Before-
yeah, we
before-
have,
Even
we
though
have
I'm
his
8
the
knows, I'm
paperwork.
excited for his presentation. But another topic that came up in our community committee was the topic of board members being in schools more, actually, and actually being able to have conversations with students from K through 12, get to be just as close to the people that we're representing the most directly. I'm not sure if we need to go through a formal approval of being in buildings. I just wanted to bring that up because we discussed having a sign-up sheet like that Alicia could send out for different times that might be available for board members to go to lunches, have lunches with a board member for students, which could be a cool opportunity for both parties. I don't know if we need to bring that up to the board. I personally think we should be as visible as possible, but I guess I'm asking if we need formal approval from the board before we do that, because that was discussed in our committee.
Actually, in the past, all we've done is if you want to go to a teacher's room, you need to contact them so that they know that you're coming. And perhaps, what you're thinking of or some kind of thing like that. Because that's like in the olden days.
I think the idea on that one, again, that came out of community engagement is, how about board members going and having some lunch with some kids, if anybody wants to? I think it's a great call. I think to that committee's perspective, it'd be a good opportunity to go into our cafeterias and see some kids, and then just see what lunch period's all about. So Alicia we could set up a schedule, and just if anybody's interested, just sign up. If nobody's, that's no big deal. But on availability or time, go do it.
And I don't think it's a big deal to say, yes, we think that's a good idea. But once we have scheduling, then I think it really should get a yes before it gets implemented. Because if the committees, as wonderful as their ideas are supposed to bring it back to the board. And I think it's a great idea, and I hope everybody else does too. But I think we need to follow protocol.
So we're good to go forward?
Since we bring it here, I
Okay.
agree. So
Okay,
yep,
good.
we set on a schedule.
Good, okay. We'll get after break. So this will be after break. We'll start developing a schedule for this. Be great. Perfect, thank you. Gentlemen,
Okay, I'm just kidding.
So first, I want to start off with the alternative enrollment survey. The first little bar graph you see are all responses from the home instruction parents about some of the reasons that your child or children are alternatively enrolled. You can see a vast majority of them are like education quality and bullying and harassment concerns. The zero in substance use is a nice nice bit on that, because I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Parents aren't taking their kids out due to substance abuse, if that makes sense. The second little pie chart is what they call it, is the decisions that parents would make about enrolling their students if their concerns were addressed. A little bit more than half said maybe. There were quite a few people that said yes, and some that did say no. But that the maybe is still pretty good to see because we still have a lot of people considering, coming back to the school. Some other notes from parents about why they're not, about other concerns they may have. Religious exemptions being removed for immunizations. So, some religions don't like having vaccinations of some kinds or, those. They like having extra time with their kids, which makes sense. And concerns about lack of outdoor time, which in the high school is pretty evident because, you get to go outside in elementary school and all that for recess, but after you get into the high school and the junior high, it's not really. It's very, very few times you get to actually go outside. Overall, the survey gives us an important insight into some of the reasons why parents choose to enroll their children in home instruction or some kind of alternate enrollment like a charter school.
If I may just jump in on those last comments from the parents. Unfortunately, the religious exemption part has nothing to do with us, nor does any of the vaccination stuff. That's all state mandated. So unfortunately, there's not a whole lot we can do to address those concerns from parents, but the other ones we definitely look into.
This next part I'm talking about isn't, we didn't put on this, but it's concerns that have been brought up by some peers of mine regarding the bathroom. Right now, the bathroom pretty much right in front of the library has been locked for, I'd say, months. It's been locked all day. After school it's locked. You can't go in it. So you either have to go to the bathroom directly upstairs, the lunchroom, and the lunchroom is already not a great choice because there's going to be a lot of kids in there doing whatever, doing vaping or some kind of not good things. Upstairs, it can also get pretty busy because people are headed in there to go to the bathroom, obviously, and then, of course, people doing bad things like vaping or whatever they're not supposed to be doing in the bathrooms. But yeah, a lot of people have been sort of expressing their opinions that they want that to be changed, more or less. Maybe open up the bathrooms, have more, security or people watching what kids are doing. That sounds bad, but just making sure kids aren't doing bad things in the bathroom, like vaping or drugs or any sort of things like that. But yeah, that's it on my part. Hand it back to David.
This is my fun part of my presentation that I like, is the budget website that the Community Engagement Committee. So during the Community Engagement Committee, Gavin actually brought up the idea of how at SUNY Cortland, was it?
Cornell.
I apologize. At Cornell, they did a budget website to kind of inform people on easy facts about the budget, make it a little bit more approachable, because not everyone wants to sit down in front of a 60-page report and read all the numbers, which I did to make this website. So a main point I want to make before I even start going over this is that the numbers on here aren't 100% accurate. Me and Chris are still working on getting these numbers to be where they need to be. And closer to April, we'll have numbers pertaining to the 26-27 school year, as opposed to numbers from last year's budget. So, at the top here, you can see that it has a little motto, every student deserves the best we can give. And a little bit of a blurb just talking about our tax levy increase, what we need to get that kind of information. On the right, we have our budget vote date, May 19th, 2026, from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m., and our two voting sites for the high school and the virtual town hall for virtual residents, which, after hearing from Chris today, I will also change that to include that it's not just virtual residents, it's Dryden and some other areas. So, up here at the top, we also have a little bit of a bar, an estimated 1770 students enrolled for 25-26. Some other basic numbers. Again, a lot of these are going to change, and this website can be updated at any time during budget season. It's not stuck the way it is once it goes live. What this means for you, yes, Lori?
When you said that about Virgil residents,
Yes.
what was the last half of that sentence?
So after listening to Chris, the Virgil Town Hall isn't just for Virgil residents. It also has a couple other smaller areas
Lafayette, Hartford, Dryden.
that have to vote there and not at the high school.
Okay.
But when I made this website, I wasn't aware of that, so I only wrote Virgil residents. So I will update that to include that information.
Same thing for the high schools, Cortlandville as well, right?
Cortlandville as well. So I made a little calculator here just for the, ease of use. So if I was a person who just wanted to know how much does this add to my bill, I could scroll right down here and look at it. So right here is, are you in the STAR program? That little part of it isn't fully baked in. Me and Crystal have to work on the numbers for what that STAR program looks like per person. It's a tax relief program that's mostly we see in seniors or some other groups have the STAR program. So if I say, let's say my assessed property value is $200,000, which I included a link right here for those who don't know what that is. It'll bring you to the Cortland County Real Property Tax Services. And then you select your municipality. So if you're in Cortland, Cortlandville, Hartford, Virgil, or Lapeer, you can select your area. We're going to say City of Cortland. And it comes up with a number saying that about $1,550 is your per month increase. These smaller numbers are your per year, your per week, and per day. And that's about 3 coffees per month. Assuming that your coffees are $5, which
This is amazing.
I'm not entirely sure what your coffees are going to look like. That's what my coffees look like. So 2 reasons that this hasn't gone live yet. 1, I need board to lay their eyes on it, make sure that we're all okay with this. And 2, again, the numbers need to be tweaked. I'm not comfortable with this going out until the numbers are accurate. So if we scroll down, we talk about what the budget supports. So we talk about the teaching and staff, how it's, if we pass this, it will continue to support teaching and staff, or teaching staff, or instructional staff is what I was trying to say, and prevent any further reductions. Arts, athletics, electives, so our programs for students, and our student support services, so mostly our mental health services, our special education. These are very important, and the budget supports that. Down here, I made where does every dollar go. This is based on the 25-26 school year. So this will be updated accordingly as well. But as you can see, the 29.2% for regular instruction and teaching, and then it goes down to the smaller little subgroups. So at this point in the website, this is for people who want to see where that money is going. If you're just interested in how does this affect me, you're closer to the top of the page. I designed this website so the further down you go, the more complex it gets, just so that if you are interested in that information, great, it's available. If you're not, right at the top you can put in your numbers and boom, that's what I get. Down here I have a calculator, and it's been a rough night. Calendar. This calendar will update automatically. So right now it is March 23rd, I think, 23rd. Which means that the next upcoming day is April 20th. When it hits April 21st, this will update and say, okay, well, that April 20th has already passed. May 5th is up next, the budget hearing and the voter registration day. This will automatically move. I don't have to touch it. No one has to touch it. It just does it itself.
What about the town meeting date?
We'll add that.
We'll add this. This is just a demonstration, and then I can add.
And it's amazing.
So down here, our budget vote and board election day are highlighted in green, just so that no one misses it. This will also be like, oh, this is today when we get to that point. Then there's also revote day if needed, which if it's not needed, I can remove that from the calendar and just be like, yay, we did it, or this is what we need, or, that's what it looks like. And then at the very bottom, I have some resources for those who like to actually read the reports. I have linked the budget calendar. By clicking on these, it will hyperlink you to these resources. Your budget calendar, your Cortland fiscal review, your instructional program review, and your facilities use review, which is where I pulled most of this information from, and we will update that information and any other links that need to be added. At the bottom, we just have the make your voice heard, some basic information, and if you click any of these buttons, it just jumps you to the calendar. So same thing with the button in the top right. If you click this, it'll jump you straight down to the calendar so that you can see when the voting day is. Questions, comments, concerns?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic.
I was just gonna say, this is nuts in the absolute best way possible. Like, I am,
It's amazing.
you could give yourself some credit for this. This is amazing.
My name is in very small text at the bottom.
I hope to put this on your resume.
So, given that everyone approves, my next steps will be working with Chris to refine the numbers, and then I will be meeting with Director George Atos, who is unfortunately not here today, to get this to be budget.cortlandschools.org, where people can then access it easily.
Sweet.
So good.
Mind-boggling.
Yep.
So good.
Any
Well,
remaining questions, comments?
So Aiden, I appreciate it, yeah, I mean, no surprise that he already has employment, right? After graduation, he's already there. But I think, you know, like, looking now to the April meeting, and between that April and May, we would like to blitz our community with this, right? And get everybody to take a look. I don't know about you, but the budget calculator part of it, like, could have so much value for people, just to put in a number and get a pretty close estimate based on those different pieces of the equation. So powerful.
So how do you
thank you.
get it to the people that aren't on Student Square, all of those?
That'd be something, we do the mailers out to community.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do one soon for the town hall meeting, but as we get closer to the budget vote, there can be a QR code that can be written out, budget.cortlandschools.org. So there'll be ways to get it to the community.
I can
You're
also,
going to Virgil up here in Hartford this year, right?
Yeah, Alicia and Chris have been working with, so we're refining that list.
since I'm already working with the Director of Technology, I can also work with the people who manage our social media to get this out there as well through those methods for those who see it, not through Parent Square, but through our YouTube, through our Instagram. And
Facebook, yeah.
Facebook.
Awesome. Thank you,
All right.
Aiden.
Thank
Very
you, guys.
Very
Awesome.
nice.
You guys remain the best part of the school board meeting.
Very nice.
Alicia, are there any requests to address the board? Thank you.
And we won't have we don't need an executive session.
And we don't.
Nope. So
And
we can adjourn.
therefore, we have no executive
Yep.
session, so we are going to close the meeting.
Does Jana need a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
Did you get it?
Who motioned?
You did the first motion.
Yes. Who was the first?
Sherilyn.
I will.
Was it you? Okay, yeah. Motion and Joe.
Had to stand up.
Joe.
You're the first, you love to do them right away, don't you?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.